hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Harris. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Let us pray. Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, also believeth in me. Father, first we start by saying thank you. Thank you for life, health, and strength on this day. But Father, we must also admit that on this day, our hearts are troubled. Father, our hearts are troubled for the 60-plus lives and souls that have been lost in the D.C. area. Father, our hearts are troubled for those 7 souls that lost their lives in Northeast Philadelphia. And Father, our hearts are still troubled by the loss of one of our colleagues in this very chamber. So Father, we come to you today asking for your grace and your mercy, asking for your wisdom and your guidance. Father, comfort the hearts of those who mourn. Mend the broken hearts as only you can. Now, Father, we also come to you today inspired, looking forward to today's message, Father. Looking for your guiding hand as we begin the budgetary process. Father, for we know that the work that we do is for the least of these. So, Father, as our governor comes forward to give us a budget address, we ask that you strengthen him, strengthen his team, and strengthen all around him. Father, we ask that you strengthen each and every member of the General Assembly. Father, give us the character and the conviction to do what is necessary for your people. And Father, we will be grateful for you doing all of these things, for we know that only what we do for you will last. Now, Father, on a lighter note, you also told us that they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, and they shall mount up on wings as an eagle and fly. So, Father, today we also pray for Jalen, Saquon. We pray for Devontae and AJ. Let them mount up on wings on Sunday and fly, eagles fly. In your son Jesus' name we pray and say, amen.
I pledge allegiance Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Monday, February the 3rd, 2025 will be postponed until printed. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 202 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The chair is in receipt of the following extract of the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
The Clerk of the Senate being introduced presented the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. Monday, February 3rd, 2025. Resolved, the House of Representatives concurring that the Senate and the House of Representatives meet in a joint session on Tuesday, February 4th, 2025 at 11:30 a.m. in the Hall of the House of Representatives for the purpose of hearing an address by His Excellency, Governor Josh Shapiro. And be it further resolved that a committee of 3 on the part of the Senate be appointed to act with a similar committee on the part of the House of Representatives to escort His Excellency, the Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to the Hall of the House of Representatives. Ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution's adopted. Concurred in. The clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The House will come to order. Colleagues, we have some special guests. Seated to the right of the Speaker's rostrum, it's the Chair's honor to join with the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Harris, and welcome back to the floor of the House, the Mayor of Pittsburgh, our former colleague, Mayor Ed Gainey. Welcome. It's the Chair's honor to join in with Representative Harris to also welcome back to the floor of the House our former colleague and the President of Philadelphia City Council, Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson. The Chair and Representative Harris also are thrilled to welcome the gentleman from the 4th Councilmanic District, right where my district ends, 4th District starts, Councilman Curtis Jones Jr. Welcome. The Chair's honor to welcome back to the floor of the House. The House will come to order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor of the House so we can acknowledge our guests. We are in this guest city, and we definitely want to give her deference and respect. Please welcome back to the floor of the House, Harrisburg Mayor Wanda Williams, to the right of the Speaker's rostrum. The District Office Director for the 191st District is here. On the wall, not to the right. Hans Van Mol, please welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Harris has our former colleague from the 195th Legislative District, retired Representative Donna Bullock here. Welcome back. Gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Kruger, has some special guests. Leanne Wenzel, the Superintendent of Ridley School District, along with Dr. Steinhoff, the Superintendent of the Penn-Delco School Districts. Thank you for your service. Representative Bizzarro from Erie has some special guests. It's good to see, and please stand to the right of the Speaker's rostrum. Jonathan Seidel, Brandon Mendoza, and Kim Thomas. So glad to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Representative Cepeda Freitas has to the right of the Speaker's rostrum Sean Gamble. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Nelson from Montgomery County has Varsovia Fernandez. Welcome back, along with Devon Allen. Welcome to the floor of the House. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, February 3rd, 2025. House Resolution 51 to Appropriations, House Bill 456 to Health, House Bill 449, House Bill 454, House Bill 458, those three to Judiciary, House Bill 455, Labor and Industry, House Bill 457, Liquor Control, and House Bill 453 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
Chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bills. House Bill 36, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 166, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 378, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bill. House Bill 439, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The Chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, who chairs the State Government Committee, and reports the following resolutions. H.R. 12, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It's agreed to. H.R. 22, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It's agreed to. H.R. 23, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It's agreed to. H.R. 28, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. H.R. 30, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who presents the following resolution, which the clerk will now read.
Resolved that the Speaker appoint a committee of 3 to escort the Governor to the Hall of the House for the purpose of attending a joint session of the General Assembly.
On the question, will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. The Chair appoints as a committee to wait upon His Excellency the Governor, Representative Webster, Representative Boyd, and Representative Kerwin. The committee will proceed with the performance of its duties. The chair grants the following access to the floor for photography and videography for a period not to exceed 10 minutes during the governor's budget address. Brittany Page from Page Perspective, Sean Connolly, Teach with Mr. C, CBS 21, Michael Collins, ABC 27, Nick Dampin, York Daily Record, USA Today, Paul Connell, Inquirer, Tom Graylish, Associated Press, Matt Rourke, The Keystone, Sean Kitchen, Lancaster News, Blaine Shanahan, Capital and Maine, Audrey Carlton, Penn Live, Dan Glider, Erie News Now, Kara Jeffers, Fox 43, Emily Reif-Snyder, Riley Curry from the Philly Download, Tynesha Wilson from the Philly Download, Jonathan Collett from the Philly Download, C2C Consulting, Chelsea Cox, WGAL, Joe Sanks, WFMZ, Adam Rust. The House will be at ease as we await the arrival of the Pennsylvania Senate. The House will come to order. The Senate is now entering the hall of the House. Members and guests, please rise as able. The chair recognizes the Sergeant at Arms of the House.
Madam Speaker, the Senate is now present in the hall of the House.
The Speaker requests that Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Austin Davis, preside over the proceedings of the joint session of the General Assembly. The President of the Pro Tem of the Senate, the Honorable Kim Ward, is invited to join us and be seated on the rostrum. Members of the House and the Senate will be seated.
Members will take their seats. Members will please take their seats. This being the day and the hour agreed upon by a concurrent resolution of the Senate and the House of Representatives to hear an address by His Excellency the Governor Josh Shapiro, this joint session will please come to order. The General Assembly will please be at ease while it awaits the arrival of the Governor. The chamber will come to order. Members and guests will please take their seats. The General Assembly will come to order. The governor is entering the hall of the House. Members and guests, please rise. The chair recognizes the committee to escort the governor, the gentleman from Venango County, Senator Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Madam Speaker, members of the General Assembly, as chair of the committee to escort the governor, I wish to report that His Excellency, the governor, is present and prepared to address the joint session.
The chair thanks Chairman Hutchinson and the committee in the execution of their duties. Members of the General Assembly, I now have the honor and the privilege of presenting His Excellency, the Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Honorable Josh Shapiro, who will now address this joint session.
Thank you. Lieutenant Governor Davis, Speaker McClinton, President Pro Tem Ward, Leader Bradford, Leader Pittman, Leader Topper, and Leader Costa. Thank you for convening this special session and for giving me the honor of addressing this General Assembly for the third time as the 48th Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I want to thank the senators and representatives gathered here and to welcome our fellow Pennsylvanians who join us in this beautiful chamber. I'm mindful that as we gather in this full chamber, one seat is empty this morning, that of the late Representative Matt Gergely. We continue to lift up his family in prayer. May Matt's memory forever be a blessing. Before I begin, I want to recognize my outstanding cabinet and senior team, led by our Chief of Staff, Dana Fritz, who I have the privilege of working alongside every single day to move our Commonwealth forward. Let's also welcome our Attorney General, Dave Sunday. Our Treasurer, Stacey Garrity. And our Auditor General, Tim DeFore. And I especially want to welcome the love of my life and Pennsylvania's First Lady, Lori. Thank you. Thank you for all you do to lift up our fellow Pennsylvanians who aren't powerful enough to have a seat in this room, but whose problems have become our priorities. When this joint session was convened 2 years ago, I addressed you for the first time as governor, and for the first time in a dozen years, a governor addressed a divided legislature. I told you then that we needed to work together, and if we did, we could do big things. And over the last 700 days since that address, I've traveled all across this Commonwealth. I've gotten to see its splendor and meet with folks from all different walks of life. I've stood with our fellow Pennsylvanians in times of triumph and tragedy. Right now in Northeast Philly, people are walking around in their Eagles green, excited about the Super Bowl, while at the same time trying to process the horror of what happened on Cottman Ave on Friday night. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims of that terrible plane crash, and we're praying for a full and speedy recovery for those injured and battling right now. But through that tragedy, we've seen what makes Pennsylvania so special, our resilience and our willingness to band together to make it through tough times. Neighbor helping neighbor, every level of government working together. We can learn something from that example. And over the last 2 years, I think we have. Because despite our disagreements, we've worked together to get stuff done. We solved problems that languished for decades. We focused on common sense and delivered real results to make a real difference in Pennsylvanians' lives. I'm proud of that work, and you should be too. While there are still many challenges before us and many more problems to solve, we now have a real foundation to build upon. Today, I can report that Pennsylvania is on the rise. 170,000 more Pennsylvanians are working today than when I began my term 2 years ago. We've enrolled 12,000 new apprentices, giving more young people the freedom to chart their own course and the opportunity to succeed. We've attracted over $3 billion in private sector investment and become the top state in the Northeast for regional economic competitiveness. Pennsylvania is on the rise. Our seniors, like Bob Coleman, who join us here from Perry County today, they're staying in their homes because we gave Bob and 520,000 other seniors $320 million in tax cuts. Our families have $136 million back in their pockets because we made childcare more affordable. Pennsylvania is on the rise. We invested $11 billion in public education for the first time ever and targeted those dollars to the schools that need it most. That's right. We did that together. We are starting to meet the needs of our students, including serving nearly 92 million free breakfasts to kids at school last year. Pennsylvania's on the rise. We processed over 28 million permits in record time, eliminated backlogs, and cut wait lists for life-changing services. We are moving at the speed of business here in Pennsylvania. We've made wise investments that are beginning to pay off. And we still have billions of dollars in surplus at a time when neighboring states are facing serious deficits. Bridge repairs are up, and violent crime is down. Pennsylvania is on the rise. And listen, we've done this work together. Each of the last 2 years, both Democrats and Republicans have voted for common sense budgets that solve real problems. We moved the ball down the field, and we put points on the board, and we should celebrate that. But we should be hungry for more. So today, let's talk about what comes next and how we build upon that foundation that we've laid. You know, this nation saw significant political change in the last election. Just 2 weeks ago, you can clap for that, that's all right. Just 2 weeks ago, President Trump was sworn into office with a U.S. Senate and a U.S. House under Republican control. But despite all that change, hang on, you may want to hold your applause for a sec. But despite all that change in D.C., the voters here in Pennsylvania returned a Republican Senate and a Democratic-controlled House with the exact same margins. That's right. Y'all came back with the same margins to continue to work with me to get stuff done. You see, the good people of Pennsylvania looked at all we've accomplished together and spoke loud and clear through their votes and said, go do more of that. Go work together. Go solve problems. Go pass common sense policies. Go build on that progress and go get more stuff done in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is on the rise, and we are not gonna stop. You see, we have the resources that we need to make smart investments now and to maintain a responsible balance in reserve. My administration has worked to cut costs and use our money more wisely. Last year, I directed our budget secretary to begin a comprehensive review of every program we offer in our Commonwealth. Known as the REMAP initiative, we started with 3 agencies and identified inefficiencies and costs that can be eliminated. This budget incorporates those savings by sunsetting programs that are duplicative and don't work. In addition to the savings from the REMAP initiative, I directed our Secretary of the Department of General Services to conduct the first ever comprehensive review of every space this Commonwealth owns or leases. The way we work has changed. We need more technology, more hoteling space, and more areas for collaboration. By using the buildings we own as effectively as possible and reducing our reliance on external parking and office leases, we are going to save the Commonwealth tens of millions of dollars over the next several years. And when we save that money, it gives us a chance to invest in the things that matter most, like great schools for our children. Over the last 2 years, we haven't shied away from hard conversations or solving complex problems. Case in point, how we reformed the way we fund public education. We knew that was a problem, and we all agreed that the old system was unconstitutional. So last year, we made a commitment to not only invest a record amount in public education, but create a brand new formula that drives that money out to the school districts that need it most. You voted for that, and I signed it into law. And we agreed to keep doing it until we meet our obligation set forth under Article 3, Section 14 of our state constitution, which guarantees every Pennsylvanian access to a thorough and efficient system of public education. Just 2 weeks ago, I visited the Harrison Morton Middle School in the Allentown School District. Thanks to the work that we all did together to both invest in our schools and then drive those dollars out under the new adequacy formula, Allentown School District is now receiving $90 million more than before. I saw the pride on those students' faces when the band played their new instruments and they got to show me their new uniforms. I heard the comfort in their voices when they told me that now they had more mental health resources in their school. And I listened to 8th grader Josh Colon Hernandez talk about what a difference it makes to have a new HVAC system that keeps school cool on those warm days. Those kinds of school infrastructure repairs, well, they're happening in more than 250 schools all across our Commonwealth. Josh also told me how much he loves his teachers. And because of our work, we certified more new teachers than at any other time in the past 7 years. Together, we identified a teacher shortage crisis as a looming issue, and we did something about it to address it. We created a new initiative to fund student-teacher stipends to make sure those who are just getting started in this profession are paid for their hard work. I'm proud to welcome Melanie Williams here today. Melanie completed student teaching at Centennial School District in Bucks County last fall. She's the sole provider for her family, and she was only able to student teach because of those stipends. We're putting more teachers, there you go. Thank you. We're putting more teachers in our classroom and expanding the resources available to our students. 778 schools have been able to expand mental health services and hire counselors because we prioritized student mental health. And over 75,000 young people are charting their own course through VOTEC and CTE classes. That's 3,500 more than before. But there's still work to do before we can say we've met our constitutional obligation. My budget continues the path we set out on last year by investing an additional $526 million through that adequacy formula. And you know what? That $526 million figure, that's the exact same number we agreed to last year. This budget also continues our support for school repairs, mental health, free breakfast, student-teacher stipends, special education, and a whole lot more. What we're doing on education is working now. Let's continue to build on this foundation that we've laid. You know, education isn't the only problem that we're solving together. We knew it was a problem when those shady middlemen could jack up the cost of prescription drugs while driving our community pharmacies out of business. So we came together to pass landmark reform that bring transparency to how pharmacy benefit managers operate in and keep more money in Pennsylvanians' pockets. Protect. We're protecting the small and independent pharmacies we rely on, our communities now. But that's not all. We knew that in neighboring states, energy companies were developing groundbreaking new technologies, leaving Pennsylvania behind. So you passed and I signed legislation that allows companies to invest in carbon capture and energy innovation. On top of that, we stopped forcing our state police to compete with PennDOT by decoupling that funding for the first time in over 50 years. Now, with distinct and dedicated funding, we're training 800 new state troopers. We fixed 12,000 miles of roadway, and hear me on this, we repaired more poor condition bridges than any other state in the entire country. These are just some of the examples of the many problems that we solve together. We should be proud not just of the laws we've passed, but the quality of the legislation and the fact that we're solving problems that have seemed so out of reach in this building for so long. So let's solve more problems together, starting with regulating those so-called skill games. Because if we want Pennsylvania to compete and win, we need to take some of the money going into those slots and put it in our state coffers so we can maintain our reserves and keep building on our progress. There are 70,000 unregulated skill game terminals all across Pennsylvania. District attorneys across our Commonwealth are calling on us to regulate these machines and finally provide law enforcement with some clear guidance. On top of that, these machines have no quality control for the customers who are using them, and they're punishing our seniors. Every time somebody puts a buck into one of those unregulated machines, it undermines the lottery and the critical services it funds for seniors, for things like prescriptions and meals. The Pennsylvania Lottery lost an estimated $200 million over the last 5 years, primarily due to these unregulated skill games. Our seniors deserve better than that. So my budget charges the Gaming Control Board, which already regulates other video gaming terminals, with regulating these skill games. In Pennsylvania, we'll treat skill games just like other video gaming terminals, and we'll use the revenue from that to do a couple things. First, we'll fill the funding gap for older adults that skill games caused in the first place. And second, we'll provide an influx to the general fund to strengthen our Commonwealth and speed our rise. We've been putting this off for too long. Let's be real. It's time to regulate and tax skill games and protect the interests of our seniors and our Commonwealth. Like skill games, there's another issue that's long overdue to regulate, and that is adult use cannabis. 24 states have already legalized adult use cannabis. That includes almost every single one of our neighbors. Look, I want to be real with you. As a father of 4, and as the former chief law enforcement of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this was really hard for me. But I took the time to study it and to understand the impacts, to understand the choice between continuing the black market of drug dealing versus a highly regulated industry with protections in place for our children. Letting this business operate in the shadows, it doesn't make sense. And by doing nothing, we are making Pennsylvania less competitive. Besides, let's not kid ourselves here. Pennsylvanians who want to buy cannabis, they're just driving across the border to one of our neighbors. 5 of our neighboring states have legalized adult use cannabis. I've talked to the CEOs of the companies right across the border in Jersey and Maryland and New York who tell me that 60% of their customers in those shops are Pennsylvanians. We're losing out on revenue that's going to other states instead of helping us right here. We're losing out on an industry that over the first 5 years will bring in $1.3 billion in revenue to our Commonwealth. And so I ask you to come together and send to my desk a bill that legalizes adult use cannabis expunges the records of people who have been convicted for non-violent possession of small amounts of marijuana. And a bill that sets reasonable regulations, protects public safety, and gives communities that suffered from the criminalization of cannabis an opportunity to succeed. I know some are going to say it's complicated, but look, this has been talked about for years. And in just the last 2 years, Ohio to our west, Maryland to our south have legalized, and we keep falling further behind. I've been heartened by the fact that more and more Republicans are joining Democrats coming on board to embrace liberty and economic opportunity. Let's get this done together. I know many of you care about making Pennsylvania more competitive. And thanks to the work we've done together over the past 2 years, we are competing again. We're building new industrial sites that will host factories and labs and power plants. We're improving our main streets and supporting the small businesses that line them. We developed a plan to revitalize downtown Pittsburgh and leverage $60 million in state capital to generate $600 million in private sector investment for the Golden Triangle. We are reforming our government to finally move at the speed of business. We took a hard look at our permitting, licensing, and certification processes, and we slashed wait times. We cleared backlogs, and we fixed systems that hadn't been looked at in years. Now it takes just 3 days to get a business license instead of 8 weeks. You can get a new barber license same day instead of waiting 12. Look, time is money. Time is money. And we've got now a permit fast-track process for major economic development projects like Bellwether in South Philly and Project Hazelnut in Hazleton. We now have a money-back guarantee making sure permits get processed on time. And hear me on this. Since that guarantee went into effect 15 months ago, we have only had to process 4 refunds out of millions of permits. Our team in the Commonwealth is doing a great job. Last year, you passed and I signed into law the SPEED Act to move projects more quickly through the environmental review process. For years, people in this building have been talking about permitting reform. We've actually gotten it done, and the results speak for themselves. We jumped 25 spots, more than any other state in the whole nation, going from one of the most burdensome states in terms of occupational licensing to one of the best, according to a trusted national index. And Site Selector magazine named us the top state in the Northeast for economic competitiveness. We're moving at the speed of business, and we are inking major deals again. Last year, you all came together to deliver $1.1 billion in new funding for economic development. And as a result of that $1.1 billion in incentives that you passed, we've secured more than $3 billion in new private sector investment. That's a great ROI for our taxpayers. Companies like Gecko Robotics in Pittsburgh and Martin's Potato Rolls in Chambersburg, they're growing now with our help. We're also attracting companies from all over the world to relocate right here in Pennsylvania. From Il Pastaio, a world-renowned pasta maker that opened up, get this, their first American manufacturing facility in Union County, to biotech companies like Adair Pharma Solutions, who recently moved their headquarters from Jersey to Northeast Philly. Businesses are choosing Pennsylvania again. And it's not just businesses that are choosing Pennsylvania, it's big events too. I'm proud of the fact that we landed the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. This iconic event will bring hundreds of thousands of people to Western Pennsylvania and generate nearly $200 million in local economic impact. That's on top of FIFA World Cup, the MLB All-Star Game, the PGA Championship, and so many more big events all across our Commonwealth. My budget ensures that these epic events will have the resources that they need, because all eyes are going to be on Pennsylvania as we celebrate America's 250th birthday in 2026 and welcome millions of people to where it all began. Every year, Pennsylvania welcomes nearly 200 million visitors as they enjoy their own great American getaway. They come here for our sports and our history, our small towns, our restaurants, and our craft breweries. They also come here to experience our Commonwealth's natural beauty on a kayak, on horseback, by bike, and yes, even in an RV with their 4 children. Last year, we worked together to invest in tourism, and it's already paying off with more interest, more visitors, and more hotel rooms booked. So this year, let's build on that foundation by connecting more trails and creating more state parks. This budget expands Lehigh Gorge State Park to include the popular Glenanoco Falls Trail and creates Pennsylvania's first underground state park at the incredible Laurel Caverns. By the way, Laurel Caverns will be our 125th state park. Pennsylvania is home to some of the most beautiful, remarkable places in the country, and I want more people to experience them. This is a budget that looks to the future, whether it's supporting America 250 or expanding access to our parks and trails, all of which are free, by the way. And as we look to the future, we need to invest in the key sectors that are going to fuel our growth. That's why our economic development strategy identified 5 pillars of opportunity: energy, agriculture, manufacturing, robotics and technology, and life sciences. This budget supports all 5 sectors, but I want to focus on life sciences for just a moment, because this is an area where we are poised for explosive innovation and growth. If you look at the landscape of life sciences, 2 regions have really dominated our country for many years: the Bay Area and Boston. And listen, it pains me to utter the word Boston given my serious hatred of the Boston Celtics. But facts are facts here. But after them, there's a huge drop-off and a huge life sciences void that should be filled by us. Think about it. We are already home to world-class universities and research institutions. Penn, Pitt, and Penn State all spend over $1 billion annually on groundbreaking research and development. And taken together, our colleges and universities rank 4th in the nation in life sciences R&D spending. Over 100,000 of our fellow Pennsylvanians work in this industry at places like Crystal Biotech in Western PA, Spark Therapeutics in Philly, and GSK in Lancaster County. The foundation is there. We just need to connect the dots and create an ecosystem where innovators and entrepreneurs can really thrive. That's why my budget delivers $65 million more for innovation and specifically designates $30 million for life sciences to help our industry leaders share data, commercialize their discoveries, and unleash Pennsylvania's full potential. This is desperately needed. In the last 5 years, get this, Pennsylvania companies received 10,783 new life sciences patents. That's the 4th highest number in the entire country. But we only received 3% of the venture capital flooding into life sciences. That means we're effectively doing the research, but then we're losing out on the commercial opportunities to other states. We should change that, because when life sciences grow and thrive, we not only improve people's lives, but we improve other major industries too. Let's take B. Braun, a leading life sciences company in the Lehigh Valley. They produce IV fluids, pharmacy products, and complex medical devices. And last year, they sourced $200 million in raw material and equipment from over 100 Pennsylvania-based suppliers. That includes materials from Exton, resins from Pittsburgh, and moldings from Meadville. Life sciences feeds into every other sector of our economy and supports real growth. Did you know that the #1 purchaser of eggs from Pennsylvania poultry farmers is a life sciences company? Sanofi Pasteur purchases 200 million eggs from those farmers every single year to power our work. So much of our economic development is really intertwined, perhaps nothing as much as agriculture. That's why, for the first time ever, agriculture is now at the center of our economic development strategy. Ag isn't just part of our rich heritage in Pennsylvania. It is a key part of our future. There are 50,000 farms across Pennsylvania that contribute $132 billion to our economy and support almost 600,000 Pennsylvania jobs. To ignore that isn't just disrespectful. It doesn't make sense economically. 62% of those farms are less than 100 acres. Pennsylvania has more small and mid-sized farms than almost any other state in the whole country. So when we talk about agriculture, we're not just talking about these big farms. We're talking about our small businesses, too. There are few things more noble in life than working every day to feed our neighbors. We have to support and invest in Pennsylvania farmers. I've never seen so many people who represent farmers who can't even clap for them. You know, this body came together last year to create the first Ag Innovation Fund in the nation. You seeded it with $10 million to start, and the response has been overwhelming. In the first year, the Department of Agriculture received 159 applications for nearly $70 million worth of innovation projects. The demand is there, so I'm coming back to you with a plan to more than double funding for ag innovation. As we help our farmers embrace the latest technology, we also need to be there for them when disaster strikes. For months, we've known that high-path avian influenza was likely to return to our Commonwealth. We've taken aggressive and proactive steps to communicate with our farmers, from our major commercial sites to our Amish community, and to encourage them to put biosecurity measures in place. While other states have been slow to react, we have been proactive, and it's helped us avoid the worst so far. But last week, we confirmed the first case of high-path in a commercial flock this year in Lehigh Valley. And over the weekend, a commercial flock was infected in Middletown in Dauphin County. The Department of Agriculture is all hands on deck right now, working to reduce the spread and to protect our farmers. But for those who are impacted, I want you to know we are here for you. Thanks to proactive planning, we have the only high-path recovery fund in the nation, with more than $60 million set aside to support poultry farmers whose flocks have been impacted. We are ready to deploy those existing resources to assist our farmers in need. We will be there for our farmers because our economic success runs right through Pennsylvania farmlands. Economic success requires us to ensure a farmer, a life sciences company, or a small business can get their goods to market, and that people who do the work can get to and from the job site. Last fall, I was standing next to a repaired bridge in Manheim Borough in Lancaster County, listening to folks in that community express appreciation for for PennDOT repairing their bridge over Rife Run, and now they were able to get to work quicker and then get back home to their kids for dinner sooner. In my first 2 years as your governor, we've delivered over $380 million in new funding for our roads and bridges and used it to repair more poor condition bridges than any other state in the entire country. On top of that, we repaired 12,000 miles of roads. That's more than any other time in the last decade. We are building out a transportation network that puts our tradespeople to work, strengthens our businesses, and improves our quality of life. But look, I am mindful that for some, going to work and coming home in time for dinner doesn't take you over a rural bridge like Rife Run. Instead, it requires you to ride a bus or hop a trolley, a train, or the subway. And just like we repair and maintain the bridges on those rural and suburban communities, we also owe it to Pennsylvanians in Pittsburgh and Lancaster, and yes, in Philadelphia, who rely on mass transit. And so my budget delivers to keep our mass transit running all across our Commonwealth. And while we're at it, let's deliver more funding for roads and bridges, especially in our rural communities, so we can continue that progress too. It should not be an either or, this should be a both and. Whether you're a mom, in Mantua, McKeesport, or in Manheim, you deserve a transportation network that gets you to work and home again in time for dinner safely. And so, by investing in our roads and bridges and public transit, we not only help Pennsylvanians get where they need to go, we're also attracting businesses and growing our economy. But if we really want to spur economic growth and help businesses grow here, one of the most important things we can do is make our tax system more competitive. In my first 2 years, we've cut taxes. We've cut taxes significantly for businesses, lowering the corporate net income tax and increasing the net operating loss for small businesses, which allows them to write off more of their losses so they have greater opportunity to get off the ground and be successful. Some were actually amazed that we were able to reach agreement and cut taxes so aggressively. And while I appreciate the accolades, I want you to know I am hungry for more. During my campaign, I heard from the chamber and countless businesses all across Pennsylvania who wanted to see faster cuts to our corporate net income tax. And so that's exactly what this budget does. Let's be more aggressive and speed up these tax cuts by 2 whole years so we can compete more effectively and unleash our Commonwealth's full potential. And while we speed up those tax cuts, let's make our tax system simpler, more modern, and more streamlined to spur on even more economic growth. Let me give you an example. Unlike most other businesses in Pennsylvania, banks and financial institutions pay one of 3 separate taxes instead of the corporate net income tax. One of those bank taxes is so old, it was passed when President Abraham Lincoln led this country. Let's eliminate those 3 outdated bank taxes and make our system simpler and more consistent. This is common sense stuff. And you know what else we can do to make our tax system more fair and consistent? Well, we can close something called the Delaware loophole. So follow me on this, right? Of all the businesses in Pennsylvania Nearly 90% pay their full amount due in taxes, whether that's the CNIT or the personal income tax. But 11% of those businesses, and you know, they're typically the big ones who can afford big-time accountants and high-priced lawyers, well, they take advantage of a loophole in our system to avoid paying their fair share to our fellow Pennsylvanians. It's not fair that they get a free pass while everybody else pays. Think about it. They generate a lot of revenue here in this Commonwealth. They use our roads and bridges and schools and parks, and then they avoid paying taxes here due to an outdated loophole that 28 other states have already closed. That includes states like Texas and Utah, New York and West Virginia, states led by Democrats and states led by Republicans. So let's close the loophole, cut taxes more aggressively, and move on from Civil War era fiscal policy. It's time to get that done. In just my first 2 years in office, we have already cut taxes for businesses by more than $1.5 billion. Taken together with the progress we've made, my plan would cut taxes by $10.5 billion by 2029. It will encourage more companies to move here and expand here. It will allow them to reinvest in our workers and expand their operations. Folks in this building have been talking about cutting taxes for years. But here I am, a Democratic governor with an aggressive plan to cut taxes, ready to work with you to get it done and make Pennsylvania more competitive. So let's join together. Cutting taxes is important to strengthen our economy. But no matter what sector you're in, it's important to remember we are a people-powered economy. And we've got to invest in the people who are doing the work here. One of the biggest problems we face in Pennsylvania is workforce shortages. That's why I've been focused on expanding our workforce from my very first day in office, when I signed an executive order to make 92% of state government jobs open to Pennsylvanians without a college degree. Since then, nearly 60% of all new hires here in the Commonwealth do not have a college degree. Taken together with what we've invested in education to address workforce shortages and help businesses find the workers, we are now helping grow our economy. This budget builds on that foundation and places a special emphasis on workforce development. And I want to be clear, workforce is different than employment. There are 170,000 more people working today than when I took office, and our unemployment rate is near historic lows. What I'm talking about is the future of our workforce. We need to ensure that we have enough trained workers in the industries that will fuel our growth. We face growing workforce shortages across several critical sectors, including childcare, direct care, and health care. This isn't unique to Pennsylvania. Other states are grappling with this problem too. But we know how to solve problems here, so let's get to work on it. It starts by respecting all paths to success. Some Pennsylvanians join the workforce right out of high school. Some complete an apprenticeship. Some join the military. Some go to college. There are many paths to success, and we've got to respect and support all of them. That's what we've done together over the past 2 years, increasing funding for VOTEC, career and technical education, and apprenticeships by nearly $65 million. Today, our Commonwealth invests 50% more in workforce development than the day I took office. As a result, we've created over 110 new pre-apprenticeships and registered apprenticeships in just 2 years. And we've trained over 29,000 500 Pennsylvanians in fields like welding, manufacturing, transportation, and ag. As I said, there's many paths to success. And last year, we came together to make the first significant progress on higher education in 30 years. We directed significant resources toward our public universities and community colleges, while at the same time expanding access to scholarships that make a college education more affordable. And we finally started to fix the problem that I identified in my first budget address of universities competing against each other for limited dollars and then ultimately driving up the costs for students. We created a coordinating council to ensure that we're all rowing in the same direction. And for the first time ever, we are going to incentivize outcomes, paying our universities for their performance in meeting goals like graduating students with in-demand degrees and skills, graduating first-generation college students, incentivizing universities when their graduates stay and work here in Pennsylvania. And so now we need to build on that foundation. My budget keeps up the scholarships and grants we funded last year, and it fully funds that performance-based formula for Pitt, Penn State, and Temple. Let's continue the work we started to create opportunity for Pennsylvanians. There can be no wrong door for accessing opportunity. And opportunity should be available to those with and without a degree. Did you know that there are 650,000 Pennsylvanian adults who don't even have a high school degree? That's hundreds of thousands of our neighbors with untapped potential. Folks who actually want to advance their careers, but they need help developing the reading, writing, and math skills that most jobs require. That's where adult literacy initiatives come in. They provide the training and education folks need to get a job, keep a job, and get a better job. We have 54 centers all across Pennsylvania that do this work. And more than 7,500 people are stuck on their wait lists because they don't have enough funding. But once folks get into a class, it can be life-changing. That's the story of Alexandra McDowell, who joins us today from Lancaster County. Welcome. Alexandra took an adult literacy class and then got her GED, which allowed her to get a job as a home health aide, a field with a critical workforce shortage, helping herself and our fellow Pennsylvanians. These classes are the bridge to more people getting a GED. That's why this investment of $6 million in adult literacy is so critical. It's a bridge to opportunity, to grow our workforce. We need to believe in the potential of all people in Pennsylvania and not shut anyone out. So let's open up the doors of opportunity for those 650,000 Pennsylvanians who want to learn so they can walk through. There are so many Pennsylvanians who want to be part of our workforce, but too oftentimes get forgotten and left behind. One of the greatest privileges Lori and I have had is meeting with those with disabilities who are out working, powering our economy, and putting smiles on people's faces. Whether it's when we grab a coffee at Knorr in Camp Hill, a sandwich at Biddy and Bo's in Bethlehem, or a cookie at 260 Bridge Cafe in Phoenixville. These folks might have physical or intellectual disabilities, but they're making incredibly valuable contributions in our communities every single day. We recognize that. People often underestimate what people with disabilities are capable of, but we're different here in Pennsylvania because we know that people with disabilities, they bring unique strengths to the work that they do. You know, we have an entire office in the Department of Labor and Industry that helps folks with disabilities get right into the workforce. It's called OVR, the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation. This office doesn't just give workers the skills they need, it actually fosters connections between the 50,000 Pennsylvanians who receive help from OVR and the businesses that are looking for trained workers. This is something that the First Lady herself has worked closely on with our team at LNI, DCED, and the Office of Transformation and Opportunity. One of the iconic Pennsylvania companies that has a history of hiring individuals with disabilities is Sheetz. They've been working with OVR for a few years, hiring Pennsylvanians with disabilities to work in their distribution center. Recently, the First Lady went to Wawa to encourage them to also partner with our OVR team, and they agreed. Look, I know Sheetz and Wawa have always had a bit of a friendly rivalry. In fact, I know there's a bunch of people in this room who have chosen sides in that rivalry. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Sheetz and Wawa and so many others are unified behind lifting up and employing those with special needs and disabilities. I'm proud of both companies, and we're going to keep reaching out to businesses all across Pennsylvania to encourage them to hire people who have so much to contribute to our workforce. I want to thank the First Lady for her leadership in this space and ask all of you to join her and come together to fund the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation so that work can continue. Let the record reflect, everybody seems to clap for the First Lady. OVR is just one part of our effort to expand our workforce and address the shortages we face in key areas like childcare. Too many young parents are forced to exit the workforce because they can't find affordable childcare. We've taken action over the last 2 years to make childcare more affordable, expanding one tax credit for families and creating another for businesses who contribute to their employees' childcare costs. But we can't just tackle affordability. We have to increase the availability of childcare. Right now, we have 3,000 unfilled jobs in childcare. If we filled those jobs, 25,000 more children in Pennsylvania could have access to childcare, and parents could have peace of mind that their kids are well taken care of when they go to work. Look, we've studied this issue from all angles with community organizations, chambers of commerce, members of my administration, and everyone reaches the same conclusion. The reason why these jobs aren't filled is because folks aren't being offered a competitive wage. Today, we're joined by Michelle Delago, the director of a child care center in Schuylkill County. After serving our nation in the U.S. Army, Michelle has dedicated her life to others, ensuring our kids get off to a great start. But it's hard for her to hire enough child care workers because we don't pay them enough. So this budget delivers $55 million to give child care workers in Pennsylvania at least $1,000 in recruitment or retention bonuses. Look, we know this type of approach works to fill critically important positions. We've tried it with other jobs, including recruitment bonuses for municipal police officers. We came together to pass that, and as a result, we've been able to recruit nearly 700 new police officers across Pennsylvania. So let's build on that foundation and tackle this workforce shortage, too. Childcare isn't the only industry facing shortages because wages are too low. That's also the case with our direct care workers. I've gotten to know so many of these good souls who go into people's homes and provide care for those with disabilities and for our seniors. People like Cheryl Harp, who join us in the chamber today. Cheryl moved home to Harrisburg 10 years ago to care for Veronica, her aging mother. Thanks to Cheryl, Veronica is able to stay in her home, cared by someone who loves her deeply. Listen, we've come together as Democrats and Republicans to support those who care for the most vulnerable in our society. After years of shortchanging the IDA community, we made an historic commitment to meet their needs in this past budget, and it's working. For the first time ever, more than 40,000 Pennsylvanians with intellectual disabilities or autism are getting the services that they need. And after years of inaction, we reduced the emergency waiting list by 20% since just last July. So let's continue to show we care for our neighbors this year by supporting participant-directed care and home care workers like Cheryl with increased wages, paid time off, and access to affordable health insurance. A sustainable home care workforce is also critical for our seniors, many of whom rely on their services. That was one of the takeaways from Pennsylvania's first ever master plan for older adults, Aging Our Way PA. And it's why, as part of that plan, the Department of Aging created a caregiver toolkit to give those caring for our seniors more help doing these difficult jobs. There are 2.6 million Pennsylvanians over the age of 65. And the best way to meet their needs is to work closely with our community partners, including our AAAs. One of the most critical areas our master plan identified was providing better support for our AAAs, which serve as community centers, connect older adults to critical resources, and serve as the front lines of protecting our older adults from abuse and neglect. I visited many of these AAAs, and I've seen how they've been underfunded for too long. This year, we should make a significant new investment in AAAs and support our seniors. We have a special responsibility to look out for those seniors who served our nation. Pennsylvania is home to 800,000 veterans. I recently visited with the General the Delaware Valley Veterans Home to thank them for their service to our nation and to celebrate the holidays together. These are wonderful people who served our nation and deserve the best. As we continue to build a new veterans home in Hollidaysburg, I've directed my team to make housing for veterans a priority going forward and fully fund our veterans' needs. Thank you. So whether a Pennsylvanian lives in one of our 6 veteran homes, visits a AAA, or goes to the doctor, they deserve great care. But here in Pennsylvania, we are facing shortages of healthcare professionals, especially in our rural communities. Consider this. In urban counties in Pennsylvania, there is 1 primary care doctor for every 222 residents. In rural counties, there is 1 primary care doctor for every 522 residents. That means rural Pennsylvanians who already have to travel further distances to get to their doctor also have less access. To ensure every Pennsylvanian, no matter their zip code, has access to high-quality healthcare professionals, we've got to take action to build a more competitive healthcare workforce. Across this whole budget, we take steps to find more doctors and nurses where we need them most. And we expand an existing and successful loan forgiveness initiative to incentivize more healthcare providers and behavioral health specialists to take jobs all across our Commonwealth. There are also common sense steps we can take to ease these shortages that don't come with a price tag, like giving full practice authority to highly educated, highly qualified nurse practitioners who work under a licensed physician for at least 3 years. This is smart, and it's already passed. The state Senate passed a bill last year on a bipartisan basis. Pass it again, send it to the House, get it to my desk, and let's get this done. We need to address these workforce shortages for the future. We need to make sure our workers today are being treated fairly. Let's be real, folks. The floor of our wage structure in Pennsylvania is too damn low. It's been stuck at 725 for the last 16 years. And in that time, every single one of our neighboring states has raised the minimum wage for their workers. Maryland and Delaware are at $15. New York and New Jersey are over $15. Ohio's at $10.70. Hell, West Virginia is at $8.75. In the last session, the House of Representatives passed legislation to increase our minimum wage to $15 an hour, and the Senate sat on their hands. That decision to do nothing is hurting our workers. We have spent so much time passing laws to put money back in people's pockets by cutting taxes. How about we put more money in people's pockets by raising their wages? Let's come together and raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour in Pennsylvania. This budget places a special emphasis on filling critical workforce gaps. It makes strategic, common sense investments to give every Pennsylvanian a shot at success. And it solves real problems, including in health care. One of the most heartbreaking problems our grandmoms and grandpops face are neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and ALS and Parkinson's. There are members of this body who have lost parents due to these terrible diseases. And I know they want us to do more here to honor the memories of their loved ones. Pennsylvania is home to some of the top research institutions in the world. Let's put them to work by funding groundbreaking research into neurodegenerative diseases and make Pennsylvania a leader in this fight. By doing so, we would build on the progress we made last year when we created the first Alzheimer's disease division in the Department of Aging. Let's keep working on this together. To ensure Pennsylvanians have the best possible care throughout their lives, we've got to address the significant structural challenges hospitals across the Commonwealth are facing right now. Rural hospitals in particular have been stretched to the breaking point. That's why I convened a rural healthcare working group back in 2023. I've spent time working directly with our hospital CEOs, healthcare providers, folks in this chamber, and many others to be able to find sustainable solutions to this problem. And based on those conversations, my budget leverages $10 million from the Commonwealth to draw down an additional $26 million in federal matching funds to provide immediate relief to Pennsylvania hospitals. And recognizing the unique challenges facing our rural hospitals, it invests another $10 million in state funds to help meet their needs. But I know there is more we can do to support our hospitals and solve some of the big problems they face. Sometimes solving those problems costs money. Sometimes it just requires the courage to make real reform. For example, when we came together last year to reform the way pharmacy benefit managers operate, it didn't cost any money in the budget, but it saved taxpayers money on their prescriptions. We should not stop there. Let's reform the way private equity has infected our healthcare system. Let me explain this. Let me explain this. Private equity is motivated to make a profit and to make it quickly. It doesn't mean that they're doing something wrong or criminal. They buy up hospitals and healthcare facilities, line their pockets by stripping money and resources from those facilities, and then they compromise care. Then in many cases, they skip town, leaving taxpayers holding the bag in communities without the care and services they need. I am done letting private equity treat Pennsylvania hospitals like a piggy bank they can empty out and just smash on our floor. So why don't you join me in standing up for our local hospitals and nursing facilities and put in place real safeguards against private equity. Let's require pre-transaction notification for all sales and mergers and acquisitions and bankruptcy claims by empowering the Office of Attorney General to review these intentions carefully, comprehensively, and with the community's best interests at the forefront. Let's also put an end to the harmful leaseback arrangements where a private equity-backed hospital or nursing home sells their land and then rents it back, often at excessively high prices that push them deeper into debt. Many of you in this chamber have seen the damage that private equity can do to local healthcare facilities. In fact, Democrats and Republicans in the Senate and in the House have sponsored bills to make these needed reforms. Pass the bills, put them on my desk, and stop letting private equity take advantage of our healthcare system and our fellow Pennsylvanians. Here's something in the healthcare space that we don't often talk about. An issue that lurks in the shadows but affects 1 in 8 moms across our country: postpartum depression. Improving maternal health is important to me, and I know it is to so many of you in this chamber, including the Black Maternal Health Caucus. 2 years ago, we came together to make the first ever state investment to address maternal mortality, and we doubled down on it last year. But when it comes to postpartum depression, moms in need aren't getting the help that they deserve. So I'm directing the Department of Health to work with healthcare providers across Pennsylvania to implement universal postpartum screenings for moms, train doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals on how to more quickly identify postpartum depression, speed up referrals to mental health professionals when a mom is diagnosed, and create a resource hub where families can go find more information, as well as local support networks for postpartum depression. Let's take an issue. Thank you. Let's take an issue that lurks in the shadows and put it right in the middle of the conversation. Let's end the stigma around postpartum depression, just like we've worked to end the stigma around mental health. Over the last 2 years, we've made a commitment to treat mental health just as seriously as physical health here in Pennsylvania. We've taken aggressive action to deliver mental health parity. In fact, our review process for parity, led by the insurance department, now serves as a national model. But we can't stop there. There are still reforms that need to be made. We've come together to deliver $200 million that schools can use to increase mental health supports for our students. It's working, but we found a glaring loophole. While an insurance company would normally cover mental health services for students, they often don't if those services are delivered within the walls of a school. That makes no sense. If the same student saw the same mental health professional and received the same service in an office across the street from the school, the insurance company would reimburse for it. So let's close this loophole that insurance companies are taking advantage of and pass a law to stop insurance companies from denying payment for mental health services simply because they are provided inside the walls of a school. And while we're fixing mental health coverage for kids, here's another thing we should work on. Let's have transparency in pricing in healthcare. Look, if you make any other purchase, from groceries to buying the refrigerator that you store those groceries in, you can look up the price ahead of time and see what the store is going to charge you. You can shop around and make the right choice for your family based on quality and price. You should be able to pick your doctor based on quality and price too. As individuals, we go to our insurance company and we ask, how much will I have to pay to get this inhaler for my kid that he was prescribed? But we actually can't compare that to what other insurance providers would charge. Pennsylvanians deserve price transparency in their healthcare system. So this budget invests $4 million in PHC4 to develop an all-payer claims database. This database will collect medical, pharmacy, and dental claims from private and public insurers and then make them publicly available. That small investment of $4 million could save Pennsylvanians hundreds of millions of dollars on their medical bills. This is a common sense way to cut healthcare costs. Let's also enshrine the protections of the Affordable Care Act under federal law into our state law here in Pennsylvania. Today, 1.2 million Pennsylvanians get their health care through the Affordable Care Act. And while I know there are some who would like to do away with it down in Washington, D.C., the fact is it's working for Pennsylvanians. Pennsylvanians have come to rely on guaranteed coverage for pre-existing conditions, the guarantee that young adults can stay on their parents' insurance until they turn 26, and the guarantee that lifetime limits won't price people out of health care that they so need and so deserve. If we fail to take action and the ACA goes away, health care costs will dramatically increase for Pennsylvanians. Let's work together to make sure that doesn't happen. From childcare to healthcare to energy, we have been focused together on cutting costs all across the board. Our Commonwealth is the second largest energy exporter in the country and one of the most important energy producers in the world. Because of that, we are powerful enough to develop common sense policies that will lower costs, protect and create jobs, and take meaningful action to address climate change. Last week, I announced my vision to secure our Commonwealth's energy future, the Lightning Plan, inspired by Ben Franklin and backed by environmental groups, the building trades, chambers of commerce, consumer organizations, and even industry leaders. The Lightning Plan takes bold steps to increase energy productions, explore pathways to renewable sources, and grow our economy. It takes concrete, direct steps to cut energy costs, create jobs, hold down electric bills for families, and increase generation in our Commonwealth. The time for action is now. So when folks turn on the light switch in their homes, they won't have to worry whether the power will turn on or the bill will be too high. Here's another thing people shouldn't have to worry about: access to safe, affordable housing. In April, my administration will certify over $1 billion in property tax relief through the homestead and farmstead exclusion. It's the first time ever that there will be over $1 billion available for property tax relief. The day I took office, the average homeowner received a savings of $225. As a result of this certification, those average savings will climb to $386 per household. We are cutting costs for Pennsylvanians, but we need to do more. In Indiana County, over the last 5 years, rent has increased 26%. In Philadelphia County, it's increased by 30%. Two very different counties with the exact same problem that's mostly being driven by a severe lack of new development across Pennsylvania. To meet the need for housing this year alone, we need more than 100,000 new homes and apartments. Last September, I signed an executive order to create Pennsylvania's first ever housing action plan, and we've been busy at work. While the final housing plan will be coming in the next few months, we've identified 6 key steps we can take immediately to begin to solve this problem. First, let's invest $10 million to help first-time homebuyers cover closing costs. So not only can they put a roof over their head, but they will have a real opportunity to build generational wealth. Second, let's staff up the state planning board so it can help local communities fix their permitting and zoning and code enforcement issues and build more homes more quickly. We've improved permitting at the state level. Let's help our local partners do the same. Third, let's create an interagency council on homelessness to improve support and coordination for the unhoused. Fourth, let us continue the progress we made last year by increasing our largest and most flexible affordable housing tool, FAIR. Let's increase it by an additional $10 million and reach $110 million by the end of 2028. In the last 2 years, FAIR has been used for construction on 2,000 new homes and apartments and repairs of another 3,200, protecting folks' homes and keeping them affordable. Fifth, let's seal eviction records if you weren't actually evicted. In Pennsylvania, as soon as an eviction is filed, it becomes permanent mark on someone's background, even if that case eventually gets ruled in the tenant's favor. That makes literally no sense. Let's deploy our common sense mentality and fix this together by sealing those cases from public record. And sixth, let's invest $50 million to create a new statewide housing repair fund to help homeowners struggling to make needed repairs to their aging homes. Consider this. Almost 60% of all the homes in Pennsylvania were built before 1970. Many of them are in dire need of repair. But a lot of homeowners, like Thomasine Frank from Lawrence County, who joins us here today, well, they just can't afford it. Thomasine, who's with us today, has been on the wait list for home repair funding for 2 years now. She's dealing with a leaky roof and a back door that doesn't close right. We can help Thomasine, and we can solve this problem. I know you see the needs in your communities. I've seen it in rural, urban, and suburban neighborhoods. Many of you have even attended our administration's roundtables to discuss it. You've heard from your constituents. It is time to deliver for them. By taking these common sense steps, we can cut housing costs and help more Pennsylvanians pursue the American dream. So we're cutting costs. We're cutting costs for Pennsylvanians. We're making sure they can receive the health care that they need. We're expanding our workforce, investing in our schools, growing our economy. Working together, we are solving real problems. So let's solve another by prioritizing the needs of our brave firefighters. Let me give you an example. The Wilkes-Barre Fire Department responds to 10,000 calls every year, but they're using a fire engine that's more than 30 years old. It's not because they want to, it's because they haven't been able to secure the funding to buy a new one. We're joined today by Wilkes-Barre Fire Department Assistant Chief Travis Temerance and Captain Rich Matchey. Thank you, gentlemen. These guys and their teams literally run into burning buildings to keep us safe. We need to do right by them. My budget takes 3 concrete steps to support our firefighters. First, it creates a new competitive funding stream of $30 million in grants for our fire companies. We already appropriate $30 million through a different initiative, and that money gets spread out all across our fire companies. Firefighters know they'll get a steady stream of funding every year, and that's a good foundation. But the current system makes it hard for companies like Wilkes-Barre to make a single big purchase or an equipment upgrade. This budget solves that problem by establishing competitive grants that allow fire companies to purchase equipment, recruit and retain firefighters, and meet their unique needs. Second, we have to be mindful that firefighters are being stretched thin right now, responding to more and more calls each year as the number of firefighters across the Commonwealth shrinks. Fire companies have told me that they want to collaborate more and share more services, but there's no incentive for them to do that because it costs them money. My budget incentivizes cooperation and creates a pilot program to help municipal fire companies work together. Just like our law enforcement officers and first responders, our firefighters do a dangerous job, and they deserve our support. Third, let's cover cancer screenings for firefighters every single year. Last year, we reformed our Workers' Compensation Act to ensure firefighters, first responders, and law enforcement with a post-traumatic stress injury get the coverage that they deserve. Let's build on that foundation. Firefighters expose themselves to toxic chemicals while on the job just to keep us safe. We have to have their backs. Join me in supporting our firefighters. Thank you for your service. When that plane crashed in Northeast Philly on Friday night, we saw our brave firefighters put out a raging jet fuel fire. Because of how quickly they acted, lives were saved. They did that work in partnership with law enforcement. Law enforcement at all levels work together to help a frightened community. We have to keep investing in our police, especially our state police, the finest law enforcement organization in the entire country. They take seriously their responsibility to be there for Pennsylvanians, from Northeast Philly to the Northern Tier. But in turn, it's our responsibility to provide them with the resources they need to be successful. That's why we took an historic step to give PSP dedicated funding, and we have to continue that commitment in this budget. We've also funded new cadet classes to offset increasing numbers of troopers nearing retirement. Today, nearly 400 more highly trained troopers are out in our communities thanks to that bipartisan commitment, and more are on their way. To build on that foundation, this budget adds 4 more cadet classes for the Pennsylvania State Police. This budget also supports our corrections officers, reducing the strain on them and giving them the resources that they need to do their critically important jobs successfully. My administration has prioritized filling critical vacancies among our COs. Over the last 2 years, we've cut the corrections officer vacancy rate in half, hiring nearly 3,000 new COs. Our investment in law enforcement are working. Violent crime is down across Pennsylvania. Yep. And we understand that investing in law enforcement is one part of that success. The other part is working with community groups, youth groups, and church groups to lift up their work. We created the Boost Initiative to help expand after-school programs so kids have somewhere safe and productive to go before their parents get off of work. 4 dozen after-school programs are expanding because of our collective work, giving thousands of kids more opportunities to succeed and less opportunities to engage in violence. That's a good start, and this budget builds on that foundation so we can expand our impact and make our communities safer. I want to give special thanks to Lieutenant Governor Davis, the chairman of PCCD, for connecting the dots between our state funding and the organizations on the ground who are doing meaningful work to reduce violence in our communities. So here's what I want us to do together. Ensure we've got good schools for our kids in every zip code, grow our economy and cut costs for people in rural, urban, and suburban communities, slash taxes and spur economic growth, make healthcare and energy accessible and affordable for all Pennsylvanians, ensure our kids can walk down the street safely, stop giving our neighboring states a competitive advantage. These are common sense Pennsylvania priorities that I know we all share. I recognize some may have a different approach to these objectives, but we've got to work at it together. Look, I get how politics works. I know there are some folks in this room who will feel the need to just reflexively be against whatever I'm for. Remember, despite the wave nationally, voters sent the same group back here to keep making progress. And so I ask you to resist the temptation to put politics above people, and instead, let's continue to work together to solve problems in Pennsylvania. Two days ago, I was standing with nearly 50,000 people in a cold field in Punxsutawney at 6 o'clock in the morning as the sun rose over the horizon. Folks from every corner of our Commonwealth were there. In fact, from all corners of this great country and several foreign countries, gathered together to see our official state meteorologist, Phil, come out and give us a glimpse into our collective future. At that moment, as we held our breath while the president of the Inner Circle, Tom Shingle Shaker Dunkel, waited to see if Phil would see his shadow. Tom and his wife join us here today in the back of the chamber. Welcome, Shingle Shaker. We were all just there together in shared humanity and in good spirits, excited to be part of this tradition. Now listen, I know some folks think we're all crazy for standing in the freezing cold waiting for Phil. But I gotta tell you, I love Groundhog Day. I go every year, and the greatest part is seeing tens of thousands of joyful people coming together from all different walks of life. Pennsylvania is built on traditions that bring us together, traditions that both celebrate our shared past and also welcome newcomers to share in the fun. That's the spirit of Pennsylvania. And it started when William Penn first founded our home as a place that would be welcoming for all. Each successive generation has passed down those traditions. And through it all, we've made sure that Pennsylvania would be a place where everybody belongs. No matter what you look like or where you come from, who you love or who you pray to, a place where you could be comfortable being yourself. A place where we continually forge ahead, never losing the traditions that bind us together, but always creating new pathways of opportunity for all. You know, the first Groundhog Day was held in 1887. And since then, Pennsylvania has stayed true to those values. Our Commonwealth fueled the Industrial Revolution, lifting people out of poverty, powering the middle class, and creating the American labor movement. Pennsylvania workers in energy and steel gave rise to the arsenal of democracy and the most powerful manufacturing base in the world. Our scientists created medical miracles and life-saving remedies, including the vaccine that drove back the scourge of polio. We built the first modern interstate linking Beaver County to Bensalem. From art to music to sports, great Pennsylvanians like Teenie Harris and Andy Warhol, Franco Harris, and Taylor Swift have inspired the world. And all along the way, when the world needed some changing, Pennsylvanians like James Fortin, Cecil B. Moore, and Rachel Carson triumphed through the tumult. But through it all, our legacy has been defined every day by folks rising up, demanding more, seeking change, and always keeping us on that path toward progress. I'm inspired by those people, and we owe it to them to tackle the challenges we face today with that same spirit, with principled common sense and a respect for all. By staying true to our values, I know we can work together to get more stuff done. And of course, by honoring our traditions, including the tradition of getting our weather from a groundhog. Listen, I'm proud as hell to be your governor, to take up that baton of progress passed down through the generations and run toward a future filled with opportunity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, Pennsylvania is on the rise. Let's keep reaching for that horizon together. May God bless you and our fellow Pennsylvanians, and may God watch over the men and women of the Pennsylvania National Guard and all who wear the uniform. Thank you. God bless you.
The chair asks that members of the House and visitors please remain seated for just a moment while the members of the Senate leave the hall of the House and the House adjourns their session. This business for which the joint session has been assembled having been transacted, the joint session is now adjourned.
House will come to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who moves that the proceedings of the joint session of the Senate and the House of Representatives this fourth day of February 2025 be printed in full in this day's legislative calendar. On the question, will the House agree to the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver County, the Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Matsey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Democrats will caucus at 2:30. Democrats will caucus at 2:30. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 3:15. Again, we will be prepared to return to the floor at 3:15. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia County, the Minority Caucus Chair, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 2:30 and be prepared to return to the floor at 3:15 as well. Again, Republicans caucus at 2:30. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. The House will stand in recess until 3:15 p.m. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Solomon, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness will meet in G50 at the recess to consider H.R. 37, House Bill 427, House Bill 412, and any other business that should come before the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 3:15 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Hour 3:15 having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County for a committee announcement. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately in the Majority Caucus Room. House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will be at ease for the purpose of an immediate meeting of the Appropriations Committee. The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. We have a very important piece of business this afternoon. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Any members that need to have conversation, you can take them off of the floor of the House. Colleagues, please take your seats. We have a very important matter of business. Please take your seats, colleagues. This afternoon, we are so excited to welcome to the floor of the House a member of this Pennsylvania House of Representatives who has spent 44 years serving in this institution. We are thrilled to welcome her special guests. They're all seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum. We are thrilled to have the family, the friends, and the sorors of Deborah Brady, who's retiring after 44 years of service. This afternoon, her husband is here, Dr. Michael Brady, her daughters, Thais, along with Indira, along with former member of the Delphonics, Patrick Palmer. Please stand as I say your names if you're able. His wife, Deanne Palmer, and distinguished members of Delta Sigma Theta. Dr. Burney is here, Wendy Johnson, Sonia Waters, Mary Majors, Ms. Phyllis Bennett, Andrea Addison, Abigail Howard, Valerie Bates Gates, Linda Gethers, Shelley Lipscomb, and I just saw from the chair's office, Mariah Burney. We are so happy to congratulate you, Deb, and thank you for 44 years of service to the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. As the chair mentioned a few session days ago, there are only the most extraordinary situations, and colleagues, there are only the most extraordinary situations in which the Pennsylvania House awards a citation on the floor of the House to a retiring employee. But here we are again in one of those extraordinary situations, honoring the retirement of an extraordinary member of our team, Deborah Brady, who has served this chamber for 44 years. Deb first reported to work on January 28th, 1981. She's been a valued member of our caucus and has been a staff member for longer than some of our members, including the chair, have been alive. I can only imagine the history that Deb has seen unfold firsthand during her 44 years of service with the legislature. She was here for the first re-election of Speaker K. Leroy Irvis in 1983. She saw the construction, wait for it, of the East Wing as we know it. She saw the construction of the Keystone Building as we know it. She saw the construction of the Pennsylvania Judicial Center and the naming of the buildings in which we recognize both Speakers Ryan and Speakers Irvis. During her time here in the House, she has served, there have been 8 United States presidents, 7 governors, and 14 speakers of the House. She personally served in the offices of the Minority Caucus Secretary, along with the Majority Caucus Chair, and under 5 different committee chairmen. Most importantly, she has had a positive impact on all who has worked alongside of her. She has helped countless constituents who sought her assistance from their local lawmakers, and during that time, she was also able to multitask. She raised 2 daughters, one of whom is one of our distinguished colleagues, Indira, who leads on the Commerce Committee, the executive director. Stand on up, Indira, so we can recognize you for your current service and current leadership. But raising her family while coming in and out of this chaotic Capitol building, it wasn't enough. Deb also found space to lead in the community of Delta Sigma Theta. I was so proud last August to be on a dais where she was running the program for an entire Eastern Regional event because she serves as the Social Action Coordinator for Pennsylvania West in Delta Sigma Theta. Thank you for your service. We're so grateful for your service to your family. We're so grateful to your service to the community. And those of us who are here right now in the present are so grateful for the impact that you have made on all of us. Please enjoy your well-deserved retirement and make sure that you accept this citation as a gift from a very thankful House. The clerk will now read the citation.
Whereas it is with particular pride and gratitude that the House of Representatives of Pennsylvania recognizes those individuals who have dedicated themselves to the daily operations and to the legislative process of this Commonwealth. And whereas Deborah Brady is being honored upon her retirement from the House of Representatives of Pennsylvania as a senior legislative assistant in the Office of Support Services after a career spanning 44 years. And whereas Ms. Brady began her career with the House of Representatives on January 26, 1981, as a secretary for Representative Edward Wiggins and Janice Emerson, and she continued that position in the offices of Representatives David P. Richardson Jr., Chaka Fattah. In 1984, she transferred to the Department of Transportation, where she worked as a revenue specialist and messenger. Ms. Brady returned to the House of Representatives in 1986 and served as a secretary for several representatives prior to transferring to the Democratic Staff Office in 1991. She then worked under Representative Jeffrey Coy from 1992 to 2006, during which time she served in the positions of Secretary, Legislative Assistant 2, Executive Secretary, and Administrative Assistant 2. Ms. Brady was employed as a Legislative Assistant 2 until 2018, when she became the Senior Legislative Assistant for Representative Kevin J. Boyle. She is retiring as a Senior Legislative Assistant in the Office of Support Services, a position she has held since 2024. Throughout her tenure, Ms. Brady has been an invaluable staff member of the House of Representatives. She will be deeply missed by an invaluable staff member of the House of Representatives. She will be deeply missed by all those whom she has worked and who have benefited from her commitment and dedication. Now, therefore, the House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania extends heartfelt congratulations to Deborah Brady upon her well-deserved retirement, expresses deep appreciation for the professionalism and devotion to duty which she has demonstrated throughout her years of valuable service, wishes her a most happy and rewarding future, and directs that a copy of this citation, sponsored by the Honorable Joanna E. McClinton on January 30th, 2025, be transmitted to Deborah Brady.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, the Democratic leader, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is really a true privilege to speak about someone that I got to know many years back when I was a new member. At that time, Deb had the misfortune, I'm going to say, because I believe Deb will remember well, at the time she was working for now Congresswoman Dean, and we used to congregate in front of her office many, many days and have a good time. But Deb is truly one of the best among us, and I cannot think of a moment in not coming by an office where Deb was where every single person just appreciated her sense of humor, the way in which she went about her job, and the way she looked out for everyone. On a matter of a personal note, Deb is also joined again, as the speaker rightfully mentioned, by also two tremendous women, her daughters, who one is currently working for our caucus and one who is a Captain JAG officer in the U.S. Army Reserve, as well as a counsel at the very prestigious firm of Wilmer Hale. So Deb's professional as well as personal accomplishments are well known, but for those of us in the House Democratic Caucus who've known Deb over many years, know that in many cases, staff is like family, and at its best, it is truly a tight-knit family. And Deb is like the aunt who looks after us. And I know when we've had challenges in our caucus, on a personal note, I've called on Deb to help in the last few years, and I can never thank her enough for always being so receptive, frankly going above and beyond whatever we could ever ask from any employee. She is one of the best among us, and we thank her for her 44 years of service. And on a personal note, there has never been a retirement that I'm aware of more deserved. And just thank you so much again, Deb, from the bottom of our heart. We do appreciate you, and we will miss you very much, but you're so deserving. So thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Center County, Representative Conklin, the Majority Chair of Commerce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in our life, I believe God puts certain people there, some to teach us, some to test us, and some just to show he has a sense of humor. But when you look at Deb Brady, 10 terms ago, when I came in, she taught me. She was able to teach us what to do, how to do it, and get things done. She actually invited myself and Representative Harkins to her house one evening. We thought we were coming for dinner. We ended up, we were there to fix her electrical problems. But with that, I do appreciate it. You know, you can always tell the character of an individual by those that surround her. Thais, Indira, her husband, Mike, they love her dearly. You can tell the pride when they look at her and they talk about her. I want to thank her for the years of service she's given us, but I want to thank her most of all for just being my friend. And I want to thank her for one more thing. You mentioned Mr. Palmer from the Delphonics. Because of Deb Brady, my mother is now 91 years old. A few years ago, he came to visit Deb, and I talked him into calling my mother to sing happy birthday to her, and he did. Deb, she still remembers that to this day. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. But Deb, thank you for what you've given me in my life. God bless you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair invites the retiree to the rostrum along with the floor leaders to receive your citation and honorary gavel. Congratulations, Deb. Thank you for everything. Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 27, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 211, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 257, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report it is agreed to? The Chair recognizes Representative Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following bills. House Bill 412, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 427, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill it's agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 37, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report it is agreed to? The Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, February 4th, 2025. House Bill 484, Appropriations. House Bill 460, Children and Youth. House Bill 485, House Bill 486, both to Communications and Technology. House Bill 463 and Senate Bill 154 to Consumer Protection, Technology and Utilities. House Bill 477, House Bill 480, Education. Senate Bill 187, Energy. House Resolution 53, Environmental Natural Resource Protection. House Bill 465, Finance. House Bill 461 to Health. House Bill 469 to Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations. House Bill 462, House Bill 464, House Bill 483, those three to Judiciary. House Bill 466, House Bill 470, Labor and Industry. House Bill 467, Liquor Control. House Bill 475, House Bill 482, Professional Licensure. House Bill 468, House Bill 473, House Bill 474, House Bill 476, House Bill 478, House Bill 479, House Bill 481, House Bill 487, House Bill 48, all those of state government. House Bill 459, House Bill 472, Senate Bill 35, Senate Bill 149, those for the transportation, and House Bill 471 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
The Chair is in receipt of the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
The Clerk of the Senate being introduced presented the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. Tuesday, February 4th, resolved the House of Representatives concurring pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution that when the Senate recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, March 24th, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution that when the House of Representatives recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, March 17th, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution that when the House of Representatives recesses the week of March 17, 2025, it reconvene the week of Monday, March 24, 2025, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will be saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Colleagues seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, our colleague, Representative Smith Wade L., has brought to the floor of the House from Lancaster, Deborah Polite. She is a giant in Lancaster's African-American community and made history as the first African-American president of Lancaster City Council. Let's give a warm welcome to former Council President Deborah Polite. Please wave your hand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Smith Wade L. also has a guest page seated in the front of the House. Lucas Reed Campbell, a junior at Mannheim Central High School, part of the Lancaster Chamber of Commerce Discovering Paths, Lucas aspires to enter public service and hopes to bring positive change, which we need in this world. Lucas, welcome to the floor of the House. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes the Democratic Chair of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Harris, for a response to His Excellency's address. Colleagues, please take your seat. Take your conversations off of the floor of the House. Colleagues, please take your conversations off of the floor of the House. The gentleman from Philadelphia is recognized and can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by commending Governor Shapiro for his bold and forward-thinking budget proposal for the 25-26 fiscal year. This budget is not just a fiscal roadmap, it is a statement of our priorities, a declaration of our values, and a commitment to ensure that every Pennsylvanian has an opportunity to thrive. Madam Speaker, over the past 2 years, House Democrats with this governor have laid the foundation and have delivered on real results for the people of this Commonwealth. We have passed historic investments in public education, ensuring that every child starts their day with free breakfast and receive a meaningful opportunity to succeed academically, socially, and civically, which requires that all of our students have access to a comprehensive, effective, and contemporary system of public education, regardless of their zip code. We have expanded property tax relief for seniors and adults with disabilities, ensuring that they can stay in their homes with dignity. We have fought to expand our affordable housing programs and tackling the rising costs that burden our families. We have made Pennsylvania a more attractive place for businesses and fostering economic growth through job creation. And we've invested in public safety, providing law enforcement with essential resources and partnering that with funding community organizations to support our neighborhoods. Madam Speaker, these achievements have laid the strong foundation for this budget, which will continue to build a Pennsylvania that is fair, just, and full of opportunities for all. Madam Speaker, I have always believed that a budget is more than just numbers on a page, that it is a moral document. It reflects where we stand, what we stand for, and what we're willing to fight for, and who in this Commonwealth we are willing to fight for. You know, Madam Speaker, last month, we celebrated the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, a man that I believe to be one of the greatest Americans to ever live. You know, Dr. King's genesis was in civil rights. It was about equal access to the voting box, equal access to the food counter, and equal access to the schoolhouse. But if you studied the fullness of King's legacy, that legacy also included economic justice for all. For what good is it to sit at a counter if you can't afford the meal? See, today, with this budget, we don't just focus on our civil rights, but we focus on what civil rights leader John Hope Bryant calls silver rights. Civil rights is understanding the impact of economic justice for all, regardless of race, color, or creed. See, a silver rights budget ensures that every Pennsylvanian has the financial resources and stability needed to thrive and contribute fully to society. For far too long, we have spoke about civil rights without addressing the economic barriers that hold our communities back. It is time that we transition from giving a fish, even beyond teaching one how to fish, but transitioning to owning one's own pond to fish in. Civil rights means ensuring that every Pennsylvanian, regardless of their zip code, has access to quality housing, quality education, and the ability to build generational wealth. And Madam Speaker, this budget gets us closer to that reality. When you look at housing and home insecurity, a home is more than just a roof over one's head. It is the foundation of our economic security. Yet too many Pennsylvanians in rural, urban, and suburban Pennsylvania struggle with rising rent, housing insecurities, and barriers to home ownership. That includes people in Butler County and Beaver, people in Montco and Montour, folks in Lehigh and Lackawanna, Democrats, Republicans, and every ideological spectrum in between. People deserve to have the opportunity to have a stake in Pennsylvania and in their neighborhoods and their communities. So, Madam Speaker, this budget proposes $50 million to restore Pennsylvania's aging housing stock and ensure that more homeowners remain in their homes by helping them improve their homes, particularly our seniors. This budget looks to add an additional $10 million to assist folks with first-time home buying and with closing costs to make home ownership more accessible for working families and working Pennsylvanians. This budget seeks to see $110 million by 2028, 2029 in our FAIR program. You know, Madam Speaker, today we've been joined by one of our former colleagues, a friend to all of us. Former Representative Donna Bullock left this chamber to focus on home ownership and to focus on housing at Project Homes. She knows that by expanding housing opportunities, we're not just addressing this crisis, but we are creating pathways to economic mobility and generational wealth. The quickest way to close the wealth gap is through home ownership. And this budget makes that a goal more obtainable for more Pennsylvanians because, as Project Home says, none of us are home until all of us are home. When we look at education and it being the cornerstone for opportunity, education is the ultimate poverty eradication tool. If we want to create a Pennsylvania where every child has a chance to succeed, we must invest in our students and in our schools. Our investment in education is an investment in our children, our communities, our economy, and Pennsylvania's long-term success. This budget continues to deliver on that promise. It delivers on that promise, making sure we're pushing money to the schools that have been underfunded. It makes sure that we are holding fast to their promise with our Solar for Schools program. It is making sure that we're holding fast to that promise with increase in funding for special education. And it is making sure we hold fast to that promise with money for our aging infrastructure and school facilities. This budget also looks to fund our youngest learners through our pre-K counts and early intervention programs. Listen, last month, I, along with all of you, were honored to be sworn back in to this august body. And on swearing-in day, I was joined by what I call my educational village. I was able to have Mr. and Mrs. Warshaw, my English teacher and my math teacher from high school, join me. I was able to have Mrs. Debbie Mann, who was my 5th grade teacher in middle school here, and one of my favorite professors, Dr. Richard Glenn from Millersville University. They were here with me because they played a pivotal role in my development, reminding me of the profound impact that dedicated educators have in all of our lives. Well, this budget looks to address the teacher shortage and strengthen our pipeline by doubling down on our investment in teacher stipends by allocating $40 million to that program. This budget also looks to strengthen our educational foundation by putting $6 million for adult and family literacy programs. How can you have a Bill of Rights if you can't even read the Bill of Rights? Our rights erode, our democracy disappears when we have an electorate who can't even read what is put in front of them. We know that education is one of our most powerful tools for economic development and economic empowerment. And with this budget, we are making sure that all of Pennsylvanians have access to it without being saddled with financial hardship. In addition to housing and education, this budget aims to make Pennsylvania a great place to live, work, and raise a family. And in order to do that, this budget has to focus on Pennsylvania's workers. And to achieve this, this budget prioritizes workers by allocating $2.5 million to help employers provide additional training and $2 million through the foundations and industry and appropriating money for our Pennsylvania companies. Listen, we have focused and have prioritized on the creation of job opportunities for all of Pennsylvanians, but we also believe that every Pennsylvanian deserves a living wage. And so this budget, again, calls for us to finally raise the minimum wage in Pennsylvania to $15 an hour and provide thousands of workers with better financial stability and financial footing, and a reliance on public assistance. Listen, this budget also looks to entice businesses to come to Pennsylvania by accelerating a cut in our corporate net income tax to get us to 4.999 by 2029. Listen, with the work of this legislature and this governor, we have done big things. We are building an economy that works for us all and not just the privileged few. We are ensuring that Pennsylvania is not opting out when it comes to opportunity for all. As we move forward, I'm committed to working with all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to deliver a budget that is good for all of Pennsylvania, a budget that will lift people up and not hold them back. As the great Dr. Martin Luther King once said, the arc of moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And we are the ones that have to bend it by investing in our poor schools, by supporting our most vulnerable, by creating more job opportunities, and by ensuring that Pennsylvanians make a living wage, by finally finding real solutions to real life problems that people face every day in our communities. We will bend that arc to justice. Now let's get to work. Let's invest in our people, and let's build a Pennsylvania that we all can be proud of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair reminds the members that you are able to speak off of the floor. There are plenty of places where you can have your conversation. Please do not interrupt the chairs of our Appropriations Committee as they give their responses. The chair requests the gentleman from Indiana County, Republican Chair of Appropriations, Representative Struzzi, to provide his response during silence to His Excellency's address. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the good chairman for his remarks. I appreciate the context that you provide. But I would say that the budget is in fact about numbers. It's about taxpayer dollars. It's about properly allocating those taxpayer dollars to the right expenditures. If you look up the definition of budget, it's resources dedicated to expenditures, and it's supposed to balance. So we heard a lot of numbers this afternoon from the governor, and I think we all understand that our state faces many challenges. We have many obligations within this budget that we have to provide for. But there was a number that I haven't heard yet, and definitely not in the governor's address, and that is the total amount of his spending request. And I think it's important that we understand what we're talking about here, and that is $51.4 billion. That is the largest budget request in Pennsylvania history. In just a short time since I've been in office, since 2019, and my good colleague from Washington County pointed this out to me this morning, the budget has increased $18 billion in the past 6 years. That's significant. Again, I understand that we have needs that we have to meet, but where do we start to look at accountability? Where do we start to look at how these funds are being utilized more closely as we continue to allocate more and more resources to solving these problems, I think we need to start looking at accountability as well. So the governor is proposing nearly a $3.6 billion increase in spending, 7.5% increase from last year at a time when we expect revenues to only grow by about 2.8%. That creates a major gap in what we're looking at as we go down this path of trying to find a balanced budget. And we understand, I think everyone in this room who's been through this before understands this is the beginning of the process. We're going to conduct our appropriations hearings, and we will truly dissect this budget to find out where we do truly need to allocate funds and where we do not. But I think it should concern everyone in this room that we continue to spend and spend and spend. Where are we going to get this gap funding? The governor has proposed new revenues, right? Skill games, recreational marijuana, minimum wage, stuff we've heard before. And you know, we can talk about all those things, and I think we realize that we do need to regulate skill games to some extent, but we're talking about revenues that don't exist right now. We're also talking about draining the rainy day fund down by $1.6 billion and completely depleting our surplus of about $3 billion just to balance this budget if we go with this spending proposal. Again, that should concern everyone in this room, and it should concern our constituents because these are their tax dollars. So moving forward, we're looking at outlying years where we are not going to have any money to draw down on. We will not have a rainy day fund. We're certainly not going to have a surplus if we continue to go down this path of spending beyond our resources. So what is the solution? We're going to get to a point, if we continue to spend like this, where we're either going to have to raise taxes, and nobody wants to do that, or we're going to have to find new revenues. Now, very briefly in his address, the governor mentioned his lightning plan for energy. You know, I know for those who have been here with me for a number of years, energy is my big issue, right? The Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. But you know why it's a big issue? Because it affects every aspect of our lives. Right? Ever since the previous administration came forward with this RGGI proposal, our costs have increased. You know, just the idea of having bad policy related to energy has forced industry out of Pennsylvania. We know that billions of dollars have gone to other states. And if we're tired of losing to other states, we need to change that policy to bring those jobs and those investments back to Pennsylvania. Because if it costs more to produce energy, it's going to cost more to get products to the market. It's going to cost more to heat your homes, your schools, your hospitals. It's going to cost more to produce products and goods. It's going to cost more for everything across the board. So as we're talking about spending more and more, we need to talk realistically about how we can truly generate revenues, and we can do that right now. You want to talk about lightning, step aside and let it strike, because energy is our solution. And we can move forward right now, by simply saying, let's get rid of this RGGI proposal, let's get rid of every other acronym that you can come up with that does the same thing. But a carbon tax, a tax on energy production is bad for all of us. Not just energy production, but manufacturing, you know, foundries, everything across the board that uses energy is going to suffer through this, and they already have, and we already have. Has anybody in here's electricity costs gone down in the last 5 years? They have not. And nor will they unless we change our policy direction for Pennsylvania. We heard very little also in this budget address about government reform. The amount of, I know that I appreciate what the DEP is trying to do with permitting, and we have made progress there. I will agree to that, and I truly believe that is progress. But we have to do more. Lowering the CNI at the Snell rate we're doing right now really isn't going to help us produce more revenues by attracting businesses back. We need more regulatory reform. We need to get government out of the way, because in so many cases, you'll hear rhetoric in this General Assembly and in this House. But when you go out and talk to your businesses, truly talk to them. You know, talk to your small businesses, talk to your local chambers. We are not helping business with our policies here in Pennsylvania because government stifles everything. So where we can, we need to pull that back and allow the market to dictate how our economy can thrive, and we can do that. So, moving forward, again, I reiterate, this is the beginning of the budget process. We're all going to have a stake in that. I encourage you to pay attention to the appropriations hearings on both sides of the aisle, because we are going to ask poignant, relevant questions to get to the heart of what we truly need in Pennsylvania as a budget. And I thank you for your attention today. And I just want to wrap up on a bit of a lighter note. It's been a tough week for me here. Born and raised in Western Pennsylvania, black and gold, my entire life. I will say, I'm going to say, for one day, I will be an Eagles fan. Okay? One day. One day. And just to add a little bit more to that, as we go down this budget path and this budget process, again, an ode to Philadelphia, I am hopeful that we can find a silver lining in this playbook. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman, hoping that day is this Sunday, February the 9th, as the gentleman did not specify which day he will be supporting our birds. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 16, printers number 0248, on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating February 2nd, 2025 as Rheumatoid Awareness Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzey.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 197. The nays are 5. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 77, printers number 0029, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires a proprietor of a retail food facility to comply with provisions providing for food allergy awareness.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 261, printers number 0169, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the insurance company law to replace references to mental retardation and physical handicaps with intellectual disabilities and physical disabilities.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up Senate Bill 184, printers number 0128, on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill expands the medical license exemption for traveling team physicians to include team physicians from outside the United States and increases the length of time they can treat their players in the Commonwealth.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 27, printers number 8, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides additional protections from operating room surgical smoke preceded by electrical surgical equipment.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mercer, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to thank Representative Khan for inviting me to join in the sponsorship of this bill. But the record should be clear that He is the true leader of this bill, the prime sponsor, and the person most responsible for getting this legislation today before you. There's an old adage that where there is smoke, there is fire. And this is particularly true in the surgical suites of our hospitals. Surgical procedures often generate harmful smoke from laser cuts, high-speed tools, cauterization of tissue, and electrical surgical procedures. That is the smoke. Now, where's the fire? The smoke from burnt tissue in our surgical suites contains carbon monoxide, harmful bacteria, hydrocarbons, toxic gases, viral risks, and dangerous carcinogens. Surgical masks offer very little protection to those in the surgical rooms, and that has particularly been reinforced by what we encountered in the COVID pandemic. That is the fire, then, that is burning within the surgical suites of our hospitals. Studies have also shown that nurses who put their lives on the line each day are equated to having smoked 1 to 1.5 packs per day of cigarettes by being exposed to these particular harmful particles, a risk that no one should take as they seek to help their fellow person. Now, smoke control systems are currently available in our operating rooms, but they are not regularly used as they should. Some people have said this will require a major renovation of the HVAC systems in our hospitals. That is not true. We do not run surgical smoke through the HVAC systems. That would be foolish and dangerous. Rather, there's a simple wand that is placed at the surgical site where the surgery is being performed, and there's a suction system then that draws the smoke away from those who are working to save the lives of others. Some of my colleagues think that we should not regulate surgical suites in hospitals. Relating to medical care, however, which is different than the business operations of hospitals, every aspect of medical care in our hospitals is now regulated by either the government or by accrediting agencies. Medical care in a hospital setting, then, is controlled by the government because they are primarily charged with our health, safety, and welfare, and because the government is the single largest payer of medical care across the United States. Hospitals, by definition and by operation, are quasi-governmental institutions dependent upon and controlled by the government in the area of medical care and treatment. Regulation of dangerous smoke products in the emergency room is simply part of government oversight of these facilities. In fact, OSHA, the federal regulatory agency, has come forth and now said that surgical smoke is a danger to the workers in our hospitals. And if we do not take action as a state to address this problem, the federal government will soon step in and regulate it through the OSHA agency. 18 states have already taken the lead in regulating dangerous smoke in operating rooms. In Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Department of Health and the Pennsylvania Rural Health Association have expressed their support for this legislation. No medical institutions or societies have expressed any opposition. Interestingly, the Pennsylvania Orthopedic Society has also endorsed this legislation. And who would know better than the physicians who are in the surgical room as to what dangers our nurses are being exposed to on a daily basis? Hospitals see their doctors come in occasionally, perform their surgery, maybe 2-3 days a week, but those nurses are in those surgical suites day after day, hour after hour, facing this dangerous product. We need then to join in the protection of those medical personnel who are in these surgical suites on a daily basis, 8 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week. Our nurses have asked for our help, and we should support our nurses by passing this legislation on their behalf. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague from Mercer and Butler for working on this bill with me. I'm also grateful for our Chair of Health, Chair Frankel, and also Chair Rapp for moving this bill forward. Just want to say this very briefly. I've been a nurse for 2 decades, and as a nurse, I've been exposed to hazards of the workplace, and I can tell you that when I learned about this from nurses on the floor who've been exposed to the surgical smoke from these devices that are burning flesh, they told me how important it was and how so many of their colleagues were getting sick after working on the floor for so long and breathing in this smoke. So I'm looking for opportunities as a nurse, as a legislator, to protect our healthcare workers, to protect our nurses. So grateful for the committee for moving this forward. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 171, the nays are 31. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 211, printer's number 148 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the Medical Foods Insurance Coverage Act to replace a reference to mental retardation with intellectual disabilities.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 257, printer's number 203 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends Title 75 to provide for learner's permits and for examination of applicant for driver's license.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Colleagues, if I can have your attention. On this great day in history, the gentleman from Bucks County, Representative Stats, was born. Happy birthday! Also, on this same day in history, the gentleman from Cambria, Representative Rigby, was born. Happy birthday! Happy birthday to the birthday twins. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations: House Bill 77, House Bill 261, Senate Bill 184. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver County for an important caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democrats will have an in-person budget caucus at 4:45, an in-person budget caucus in the caucus room at 4:45. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia for an important caucus announcement. Representative White.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will have an optional budget caucus immediately after session. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar: House Bill 33, House Bill 111, House Bill 240, House Bill 274, House Bill 439. The chair is in receipt of the following appointments by the Minority Leader, which the clerk will now read.
Aging and Older Adult Services, Secretary Shelby Labs. Subcommittee on Care and Services, Eric Nelson, Chair. Subcommittee on Programs and Benefits, Joanne Stair, Chair. Agricultural Affairs, Vice Chair John Lawrence, Secretary Bud Cook. Appropriations, Vice Chair Torrin Ecker, Secretary Marcy Mostello. Subcommittee on Health and Human Services, Eric Nelson, Chair. Subcommittee on Education, Ann Flood, Chair. Subcommittee on Economic Impact and Infrastructure, Zach Mako, Chair. Subcommittee on Fiscal Policy, Ryan Warner, Chair. Subcommittee on Criminal Justice, Josh Kale, Chair. Subcommittee on Government and Financial Oversight, Kristen Marcel, Chair. Children and Youth, Vice Chair Joe Hogan, Secretary Jamie Flick. Commerce, Secretary Tim Torzik. Subcommittee on Financial Services and Banking, Shelby Labs, Chair. Subcommittee on Housing Finance, Kristen Marcel, Chair. Subcommittee on Economic Development, Tim Torzik, Chair. Subcommittee on Local Business, Marla Brown, Chair. Subcommittee on Automation and Technology, Donna Shuren, Chair. Communications and Technology, Vice Chair Gary Day. Secretary Valerie Gatos. Consumer Protection, Technology and Utilities, Secretary Casey Tomlinson. Subcommittee on Utilities, Craig Williams, Chair. Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, Joe Hogan, Chair. Subcommittee on Technology, Alex Minkavich, Chair. Education, Brian Razzle, Secretary. Subcommittee on Basic Education, Barb Gleim, Chair. Subcommittee on Higher Education, Dane Watrow, Chair. Subcommittee on Special Education, Joe Diorsi, Chair. Subcommittee on Career and Technical Education, John Slagle, Chair. Energy, Vice Chair Perry Stanball, Secretary Dallas Kephart. Environmental and Natural Resources Protection, Secretary Gary Day. Subcommittee on Mining, Lou Schmidt, Chair. Subcommittee on Parks and Forests, Michael Stender, Chair. Finance, Secretary Leslie Rossi. Subcommittee on Tax Modernization and Reform, Dallas Kephart, Chair. Games and Fisheries, Vice Chair Park Wentling, Secretary Eric Devanzo. Gaming Oversight, Vice Chair Jonathan Fritz. Secretary Casey Tomlinson. Health, Secretary Leslie Rossi. Subcommittee on Health Facilities, Tim Bonner, Chair. Subcommittee on Healthcare, Tim Torzik, Chair. Housing and Community Development, Vice Chair Abby Major. Secretary Tom Jones. Human Services, Secretary Ben Depew. Subcommittee on Mental Health, Ann Flood, Chair. Subcommittee Drugs and Alcohol, Jamie Flick, Chair. Insurance, Vice Chair Eric Nelson. Secretary Jonathan Fritz. Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations, Vice Chair Thomas Kutz. Secretary Brian Razzle. Judiciary, Secretary Joe Ham. Subcommittee on Crime and Corrections, Jim Rigby, Chair. Subcommittee on Courts, Robert Ledbetter, Chair. Subcommittee on Family Law, Tim Bonner, Chair. Labor and Industry, Secretary Barb Gleim. Subcommittee on Employment and Unemployment Compensation, Torrin Ecker, Chair. Subcommittee on Workers' Compensation and Worker Protection, Aaron Bernstein, Chair. Liquor Control, Secretary Valerie Gatos. Subcommittee on Licensing, Tom Mahaffey, Chair. Subcommittee on Marketing, Jonathan Fritz, Chair. Local Government, Secretary Andrew Kuzma. Subcommittee on Boroughs, Wendy Fink, Chair. Subcommittee on Cities, Dane Watrow, Chair. Subcommittee on Counties, Tom Jones, Chair. Subcommittee on Townships, Park Wentling, Chair. Professional Licensure, Vice Chair, Torrin Ecker, Secretary, Kristen Marcel. State Government, Secretary, Marla Brown. Subcommittee on Government Operations, Wendy Fink, Chair. Subcommittee on Government, Information, Technology, and Communication, Stephanie Shalaba, Chair. Subcommittee on Government Integrity and Transparency, Jake Bana, Chair. Subcommittee on Public Pensions, Benefits, and Risk Management, Tim Bonner, Chair. Subcommittee on Campaign Finance and Elections, Russ Diamond, Chair. Tourism, Recreation, and Economical Development, Secretary, Tim Twardzik. Subcommittee on Arts and Entertainment, Jill Cooper, Chair. Subcommittee on Recreation, Brian Smith, Chair. Subcommittee on Travel, Promotion, History, and Heritage, Mike Garmanini, Chair. Transportation, Secretary, Casey Tomlinson. Subcommittee on Highways, Donna Shuren, Chair. Subcommittee on Public Transportation, Barry Stanball, Chair. Subcommittee on Transportation Safety, Eric DeVanzo, Chair. Subcommittee on Aviation, Brian Smith, Chair. Subcommittee on Railroads, Aaron Bernstein, Chair. Subcommittee on Ports, Shelby Labs, Chair. Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, Secretary, Charity Krupa. Subcommittee on Military and Veterans Affairs, Craig Williams, Chair. Subcommittee on Security and Emergency Response Readiness, Jim Rigby, Chair.
Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentlelady from Butler, Representative Shalaba, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, February the 5th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, February the 5th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.